Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to fix something with my camera real fast. Yeah, I know you can't see me. There's a ghost. Hmm. Did you blow up your port? So we're neutral here? Yeah, pretty neutral. Although that can quickly change if we move up further. Oh, this fucking piece of shit, man. WeBull 7.0, now with built-in audio financial whiz kid. Excellent. Hmm. It's not an invisibility cloak. The fucking thing isn't working. Can't figure out why. The lens cap? Why would I have the lens cap on it? I'm not wearing a green shirt. I don't really own any green shirts. I have one that's like lime, but it's kind of offensive on camera, so don't wear it. Another A? Let's see how this kicks off. Things get pretty bullish above 54.50. ES doesn't look like it's done doing its morning bounce. Oh, hey, holy shit, it worked. There we go. Boom, no. All right. Figured it out. What are we doing here? Head and shoulders. Like a sloppy head and shoulders. This is the most professional stream I've ever seen. Thanks, Trash. I try. It's not easy, but I do it. I do my best. Buy calls, he's draped in green. You're meant to be a professional streamer. I may have to go to another content creator in the YouTube space. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? What's 19,000 and should I be trading that? That's NQ, NASDAQ 100 futures. Well, specifically MNQ. Oil got clapped. No. Ah, fucking bastard. Son of a bitch. Actually, that might be okay. Dollar's dropping again. Is Discord dead? You know what? I may not have it up and running. I don't. I forgot to do it. Thanks for reminding me. Good morning. Was a nice lady, Asian lady with 3 laptops, also named Gherkin. I mean, listen, the fake Gherks would never be able to generate those kind of returns with a single central processing unit. 3 monitors isn't good enough. Look at Dole, it's beautiful. kind of don't want to. Is it going up again? Motherfucker, man. Yogurt, been a minute. I hope all is well. Much love. Thanks, Star Room Studios. Do you appear with a VWAP tat to scoff at us? Hmm. Maybe a quick drop before I head out for the day. Well, we'll see what happens. They're shorting vol. But still quite a lot of weakness in tech. But I imagine RSP is having a great morning. Yes, it is. Interesting. So the hotter inflation should kind of be bad for breadth. Yet, it's not. It was briefly after the print. Let me see what position it looks like. I want to know if this is going to break up or down. That's confusing. There's some out of the money puts if we fall back below 35. And there's a little bit of support at 45. Some calls. Calls coming in out of the money at 50. Sold calls, sold puts in the money. Okay, so it looks like we lose 40. Things get a little bit more bearish. And they get a lot more bearish under 30. Conversely, above 50 doesn't look great. Nvidia cliff diving. Oh, again? I wonder if it'll slam back into delta neutral. Gamma neutral, sorry. Forward yield on vol is starting to turn around a little bit. Dollar is still quite dumpy. Why is oil getting shorted every morning? Yeah, above 50s. I mean, for the zero DTs at least right now, above 50 doesn't look all that bullish. There's a lot of sold calls from like fucking 65 through 75. There's some bot calls at 50, 60. Bot calls at 60. So to the downside, we'd have to squeeze some puts, but maybe we just do. We're under support on ES, I think. Yeah. Sort of starting to fail the 5481 level. Hmm. Bit of momentum there. That still looks like shit. Yeah, we'll have to see how this goes. But things get a lot more bearish under 3817. Cold pizza for breakfast? No, that sounds terrible. Tell SPX to pull itself up. This is just a bipple. Amazing news. I closed out all my MMM weirdness for a small profit. My board is saved again. Nice trash. Well done. Does Head and Shoulders necessarily have to be three humps, or can it be four, five, six? That's generally what we're kind of talking about with distributive patterns, right? Is that a Head and Shoulder is a distributive pattern, right? But they can drag out. You can have something like this. Oh, you can't see the fucking drawings? God damn. So Head and Shoulders are distributive, right? But they can kind of persist for longer periods of time. Are you rolling Joby end of day? I sold August 16. FSLR, a lot more bullish above 230. Anytime you say multiple expletives, I know that Epic Pen has failed you. It frequently does. The Google Pickles pick is doing amazingly well. Thanks for sharing your big brain knowledge. No problem. Any thoughts on Microsoft looking into next week? I will say that the chain on it's not very bullish. Um, I really hate equities during earnings. Um, and there's a couple reasons for that, especially like the early part of earnings season. You'll usually see me avoid equities entirely. Um, Not only are indexes just more fun during that period, but there's a lot less like sympathy risk. So a lot of times during earnings season, you can be trading something and be like, "Oh, everything's great. This is exactly how I want it set up," right? And then somebody else has shitty earnings, and it fucks everything up, right? Because you get the either the sympathy effect or you get the effect through ETFs, which I'm not a big fan of. Microsoft tested gamma neutral yesterday, but did not fall through it. Today, what the fuck is it? Today it's looking like it's got a little tiny bit of a bounce off of it, but not much. And it fell through gamma neutral during pre-market. No, GN's at 417.85. Um, Under gamma neutral, delta neutral's at 400. So a pretty nice range there if it gets another rejection. For today's expiration, there's definitely some puts there. 415, 410. It gets kind of bullish if it gets back above 425. Otherwise, there's a bunch of put walls, 420, 425, and then there's a bunch of out of the money puts down to 400. Will SPX get interesting? Probably. We have the Michigan Consumer Report coming out in 1 minute. and that will probably be a driver of some price action, one way or the other. All right, let's see what we got. Inflation expectations dropped to 2.9. 5-year inflation expectations moved up to 3. Consumer sentiment picked up a little bit, slightly above consensus. Current conditions continued to fall. And consumer expectations hit. Consumer expectations fell as well. So expectations and current conditions down, although expectations are higher than the estimated. Current conditions are under the estimate. Inflation expectations dropped in the near term, but picked up over the 5-year. And consumer sentiment picked up a tiny bit. I'm not sure that that's a super bullish print. But for now, the market seems to like it. It didn't help the dollar at all. And looks like it bumped rate cut expectations a little bit. Well, PCE did somehow. Hmm. Some resistance at 60. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, not the most bullish data. Still put heavy till under 5,500. Yeah, yeah. I think more importantly, we're sold call heavy on the zero DTE. Bears don't really seem to be very afraid to pile into short calls right now, especially not out of the money. That was the test of positive delta and it failed. Hmm. So if we lose 45 here, kind of bearish, we start to pressure the short puts from first thing this morning. That gives us a pretty clean path down to like 5420. Hmm. That's our second test of the long-term trend on ES and failure, which you can see here. All right, broke out a little bit, failed. Probably still want to solidify a move back below 5470. So yeah, not bearish yet, but definitely a rejection, which could get a lot more bearish if we continue down. Higher inflation expectations seem to be having no effect on IWM whatsoever. Although this is kind of starting to look like profit taking. Okay, that's more bearish for SPX. Is that gonna be 54.25? Not quite yet. So under that 54.38 line, that red line I've got there, this one, the becomes a net seller on the flat tape, which means basically under all conditions, price rising, falling, there's going to be an additional effect of the selling against the decay and charm. Look at that, I'm trying to save it. Resistance here. What does profit taking look like? Usually a big drop in delta. A bit of call buying. 50. Maybe not enough. Remember the selling the downtick to the tune of like $34 billion right now. How low could Nvidia still go? That's a good question. It's a lot of support at 110. But I guess puts go all the way out to like gamma neutral at 106. Gamma neutral is actually a bit higher. It's at 109 now. So yeah, there's like a little put ramp to the downside. But not a ton of puts after 110. And the 110 puts are probably sold. So if it crosses it, they might squeeze off. The fuck is this? Haha. mm. Momentum's kind of starting to burn out very, very slowly. But it is. It's burning out a bit. So I think today's gonna be a boring fucking day. The momentum's starting to turn a little bit more bearish. But that's mostly just an effect of the consolidation. It hasn't turned bearish enough for it to be. Well, let's say the momentum's starting to turn a little bit more neutral from bullish. That's a better way to describe it. I couldn't tell since it's flat. Not everything's flat. SPX is. I'm just selling the flat tape, man. So, the market maker's negative on charm below that level, right? And so, as time passes, they are selling regardless of the price action. So if the price were to stay, at exactly 54.38, for instance, as we move into close, they would be selling more and more. Which kind of stops the price from sitting at 54.38, right? But how low could Tesla go? Looks like the next major support's 200. Losing 220 is a big deal, which it did this morning. Um, Although playing either direction on Tesla on a Friday is usually a bad idea. JPY just cliff dived. Ooh, nice. $54.35. Sell to open puts. Seem like free money. No, because if we lose 38, we're probably gonna dump back into like the 20 range or lower. Like it reopens the move down to 5,400. Tech isn't gaining any momentum here, right? And then breadth is starting to kind of fall apart. The in the money supportive positioning is falling off. But I'm not sure we're getting enough call sellers yet for this to fail. Uh, huh. What would be an abnormally tight trading range for SPX? Like $5. Yeah, $5 is kind of weirdly tight. Futures are kind of neutral right now. Mm, mm. Still getting some vol shorting. Probably going to push up to 60. Or a lower high. This breakout might end up just consolidating though. It's quite a lot of volume. That's the 60 test. Forward yield on vols down to 4%. They've dropped correlation between VIX and VIX futures by about 4%. Give me 1 second. All right, I may have to do something today during the stream. That just kind of came up. I've got some fucking legal documents I gotta review for stuff. Yeah. Well, you guys can either sit here and watch me read it, or I might fuck off and try to get it done a little bit faster. I guess I'll see how my positioning goes first. Looks like IWM starting to gun for the gap. That was a good short. Should probably put a stop on it too. QQQ failed the breakout, obviously. SPX did as well. Neither of those looked very strong. How many of these do I have? Stop it out at like 75, 80, 75. Oh, what the fuck did I just do with it? Just delete it? Okay, there we go. What about IWM? Will it fill the gap? I mean, we'll see. It might. It's a pre-market gap. It doesn't have to, but it might. IWM's been fucking awesome this week. Ooh, big dumpers. What's Gamma Max on 3M? Give me a second. $108.94. Although I will say it's probably not super relevant on 3M. Jesus Christ. The Bulls really don't want the MM selling the flat tape. See, this is why the Greeks and stuff are important in exposures. Look at the fucking line in the sand on 50, 54, 38, 17. That's okay. I think NQ still kind of looks like shit. Apple and Nvidia are kind of dumping a little bit. It's oil clawing its way back. Not even a little bit. Let me get rid of that. Oh, I have till next Friday. Things start to get a little bit more bearish down here. Could start to push down into like 54.25, 54.22. Gap it back over. And failed its trend. Maybe I should short like the 220 for Monday or something. What data do we have next week? Fucking nothing on Monday. Home price indexes. Jolts on Tuesday. Hot labor. Next week's the 2nd. It's like the bounce is failing. A little bit. Charm of the 0 GT is just going to get more negative into the end of the day, right? So, gets a lot worse under 54.25, but it's still pretty bad under 54.40. Give me a warning. I bought IWM puts. Okay. Cool. Hmm. All right. What more do we need before a dump? Mm, not sure we need much more to dump. Looks like bulls are gonna try to fill that gap, but that's not still not positive delta. Things are still pretty slippery here, and there's still no turnaround in tech. Tech's just starting to bleed. It's, doesn't look like there's a lot of buyers at 19,050. We've got a little bit of a bounce in breadth, but it's just retesting the trend. Like, yes, still kind of looks like shit. It's getting more volatile, but I'm not sure that's positive, right? Do you think we just get stuck in the trading range for most of the day? We might. It's possible. Hmm. Actually, hmm, probably not most of the day, but maybe a little while longer. What time are you taking off? I mean, I might just review it on stream. I just have to. It's just it's a few pages, so I gotta read through it. I have to do my diligence. Is Jork finally getting adopted? Yeah. Interesting that we failed to fill the gap. Are you reviewing a custody agreement? I know a guy. No. There's like some legal stuff for the beta that I've got to get done. MQ new low immediately bought. Yeah, but the bounces just keep getting weaker, right? Dang child labor laws, right? It's for a Roomba class action. That's not an NDA for a thought. I'm just gonna have to accept that some of that data is Kenny's and we can't have it. Mm, no. Are you creating a fund since you now have all of our personal information and bank details to the beta sign up? Additionally, why did fake Gherkin need nudes as well? Oh, for blackmail. Yeah. With this price action, are you scaling out of your call side of your strangle or waiting to see if it picks a direction more strongly? Well, I'm already out of the call side of my strangle. Uh, so I hope it doesn't pick a direction more strongly. Well, at least not an upside direction. Regards Kiki gives it away for free. I don't think blackmail will work against her. I know. Maybe move up to 5,500. Don't think so. Not doesn't look like that's gonna be a thing today. Would you grab zero DTs if it starts to push up? If it breaks 5460, yeah, maybe. When did the word thought happen? During the pandemic? And shade? Shade's always been there. You don't remember people being shady? And gaslighting. I do not remember this parlance as a youth. Well, it's not from your youth. You gotta stay up with the times. Deadass. Also, Carl sent me nudes last night. Yeah. Was he asking you about that thing? I already told him he should see a doctor. For real, no on cap on God on God. No cap on God on God. People say throwing shade. Mm-hmm. I don't know what's. Yeah, I'm still not well versed in skibidi toilet or skibidi. I'm a doctor of thugonomics. Yeah, I told him I'm only a doctor's kid, which is way worse. Yeah, that's not the kind of professional opinion he needs. You're acting mid, Ben. Girk's the Rizzler chief. That's what gaslighting is. It's bullshitting. It's just because here's what it is, Mikey. Social media has become so intrusive to our own internal thoughts that now everybody's at risk of other people forming their opinions for them. Oh, I wish this would stop doing this. Sounds communist. It is. It is communist. We have an entire generation that has just realized that smarter people manipulate dumber people. Positively Orwellian. Me, I would never. That's essentially all of history. Mm-hmm. But now we have a word that describes how you feel after you realize it's happened. Couch energy. I'm just hearing this now for the first time. Gaslighting? Really? I trust Girk more now with the beta thing. Very capitalist and comforting to know you like guns. I don't like guns. I don't dislike them either. They're just a thing. I just don't think people need them. Clearly never married. Gaslighting involves one person manipulating another into doubting their own perceptions, memories, and sanity. It's called lying, okay? Everyone's been doing it forever. You're like, people are like, you did this. No. I mean, boom, gaslit. It's not very American of you. I know. Can the Bulls give up already? It wouldn't be in their best interests. I've been watching this documentary about a cult leader who tricks a bunch of gambling addicts into giving him their paycheck every month. I'm on season 25. Why is your paycheck only $25, champ? Let's talk about how we could get you paid more and improve your tithing. Come on, it's more specific than that. But is it? I mean, sure, it can be. But it doesn't need to be more specific or more advanced. I'm trying, thank you. Gaslighting is outdated. Electricity lighting is the way to go nowadays. Interesting. Ooh. NQ's testing VWAP again. Holy shit, what a boring day. Why are they buying the 50 call again? Just fuck off. 45? They're buying the 45 call? That was easy. They're not really being very careful with where they're selling their puts today. Trash, why do you keep removing all your own messages? How am I supposed to read them? What messages? What is your preferred alcoholic beverage of choice, and why is it potato? It's not. It's either whiskey or gin. I like gin. Doing what? All right, I think both of us gaslighting each other might be a kink. Jesus, I'm sorry I brought that up. You should be. Oh, the bull's rolling Sisyphus's meatball up the pan. A little bit. We're testing the long-term trend again. Holy fuck, what a boring day. I love it when you talk crazy to me. Out here on the West Coast, only old people ever order gin at home. Definitely an old person thing. Mm. Check out Freeland Spirits. Okay. Why didn't we dump when we hang out below 54.38 for a while? Well, we barely went below it, like a couple bucks, and then immediately started bouncing again. What effect does the selling the flat tape actually have? Well, it's more pronounced as you move into close, and the effect of charm becomes greater. But it's a constant sell pressure on the price of the SPX. The market gaslights bears into becoming bulls and bulls into becoming bears. It's truly the ultimate gaslighter. Hmm. The Chambord's nasty. Did you notice that they added weeklies to the GoEV chain? I didn't. It's one of the perks of being in the R2K, though. I can't tear myself away from the mess that is my port this morning, but I'm running late now. I'm just gonna have to take a leap of faith. That's what the pros do, I think. Yeah, maybe. Sometimes. This face is bullish over 50. Is that still relevant? It's a little, it's shifted a little intraday. 60? 60 is a little more important now. 50's kind of been squashed. Hmm. What are the chances we fall back below 5,400 today? We'll just take a small move to the downside. A little bit of positive delta here, but it's falling off. Charms moving negative again. Just join the stream. Are you playing IWM? I did earlier. And then I picked up some puts for next week on it. The guy in front of me paid for my breakfast, so I paid for the guy behind me, and he just took the free meal. So you're mad that he's smarter? You could have just taken the free meal. Explain to me what you're upset about. Diamond top on the 5 minute? Sure. I'm upset I wasn't smarter than. Who's upset? I assumed you were. The buck stops on the free meal with the person who most wants needs it. Yeah, right? The blowy I got after I proposed was the best diamond top. I hope you locked that one into the hard drive. Someone paid for my $5 order at the window. I said, I pay for the person behind. 26 last time I did that. Oh, my yearly 2% back at Costco fully paid for my executive membership and a glizzy. I don't spend a lot at Costco, huh? I get like $1,000 back a year from them. Which is probably a problem. Hmm. Maybe I should spend less money at Costco. Who's behind me that has the cheapest order? Choose that one. They just upped it to 12.50. What could you possibly spend that much at Costco on? I don't know. Gifts? Eggs? Eggs? Eggs and sometimes milk. Roombas. Yeah, Roombas. You gotta replace those like every year. Nut meats, ground beef. Oh yeah, yeah, I do buy ground beef at Costco. I don't buy their ground beef though. I buy the grass-fed one. What does a carton of eggs cost? 20K? Something like that. How's the smoker? What have you made so far? My countertop one? Pretty fun. Made wings and brisket, and I haven't used it since. Oh no, I made ribs. I made ribs, wings, and a brisket, and I haven't used it since. I didn't buy my mom's car through Costco. Don't they only sell Fords or something? You can't eat smoked foods that often. Well, I'm not eating them that often. I don't know. It was like the brisket was like 10 pounds or something. I threw most of it away. My local Costco was selling Lexus. I think the ones in New York City just sell like cars people use for Uber. Was it good? Yeah, comes out good. Yes, because I made an 11-pound one last weekend and it took me 11 hours. It was about, I think it was about 11 and a half hours, something like that. How about 15 or 20 pounds? I mean, I guess I could. It would take forever. It's got a little built-in temperature probe, so it's you don't really have to do much. You have to put like a couple extra like pellets in while it's doing its thing. But how about 20, 25 pounds? I mean, it's still a fucking countertop smoker. But I think it can do like up to like 14 pounds or something like that. It can do like, yeah. I wish the market would do something too, man. Have you hit the rooftop pool yet this year? Actually, I did. Yeah. They don't lock it at night anymore. Probably because the security guard quit. Um, and so you can go up there for like a little dip at 3 a.m. or whatever. Have you seen the laundry room lady up there yet? No. Imagine being a late night pool security guard. I think he was a security guard for like the whole building. Although I never saw him anywhere in the building but like his little office downstairs. Chunky Duncan. Ooh, I have leftover pasta from last night that I can have for lunch. Nice. He quit because he was tired of cleaning horseshoes out of the pool filter. Again, I don't think that was his job. How did your line catch the VIX? What? Oh, that's just $17. I don't think I caught it. Is that a head and shoulder on the 1 minute? It's a better one on the 5. Are you concerned that our two lows from yesterday is a double bottom on SPX? Maybe if we'd actually bounced significantly or with any volume. This looks distributive. Yes. Yes, it does. Also, IWMs, I missed filled that little downside gap. I really wish they'd just stop buying the 45 call and then we could drop. Distributive equal bearish? I mean, as long as no new buyers show up, then yeah. I've officially decided I live in a third world state. Texas? Yeah. I'm visiting New York with my family in October. Can you take us on a Centaur carriage ride and talk to my kids about market mechanics? Hmm. I lost power again for 90 minutes today. Are the investors backing out because they realize that the infrastructure's fucked? Roads flooded. Do your lawyering now while SPX is boring. Hmm. It's probably a good idea. Mm. Oh, yeah, SPX breakdown between 11:45, 12:15. I feel like it should already be breaking down now. Might have to wait a little longer, I guess. Fucking taking forever. I'll see what people want to hold into the weekend. Hold on, I'm reading my thing. Hmm. Dumpy's incoming? Maybe. Yeah. Still a bit too much support at 54.45, which is annoying. Might not be the fastest dumpies. If we get under 35, things go downhill pretty quick. Son of a bitch. Okay, I'm done reading that. Still haven't failed here. Hmm. Was it riveting? No. Just getting all the legal stuff in place for like the beta and getting doing all the doing all this compliance shit and stuff. You need a lawyer? Have one? Are you a lawyer? Do the terms of service make us pledge one of our kidneys? No. I'm a lawyer, basically, but a doctor. I am, but I don't need more work. Both kidneys. Only if you have a matching blood type to one of the founders. I'm well versed in bird law. Excellent. You guys have jobs? Perfect. Jobs are a sucker's game. Okay, Dave, you're neither a lawyer nor are you unemployed. I don't. I have a job or a law degree. My job is to gamble on zero DTEs with my tax refund. Excellent. It'd be really cool if the Bulls would just give up now. I don't know so much that I have a job, but I sit at a computer all day, click some buttons, watch Gherk, get paid for it. That's a job. You guys get tax returns? You think if we sent Todd a pizza, it would distract him long enough for Vix to get out of control? Vix is already pretty high here. Instructions unclear. Double down. Do you think if we send Todd a pizza, it would distract? Eighth time will probably do it. No refunds because I don't make money. All right, that's fair. Oh my god, this is fucking boring. Maybe this is the only thing I should care about. Just ignore the rest. Hmm. Why would anybody want to buy this piece of shit after yesterday? You know, I think the bottom here is exactly 5%, by the way. Hmm. Oh, this is fucking boring. Does that mean that 5,400 was the correction, and we could just go up from here? Like 53.89 or whatever would have been 5%, but no, it doesn't. I mean, we can extend the correction, but usually 3 to 5% is considered like a pretty standard correction. Hmm. It's got some fucking problems. What happens if there isn't a rate cut in September? We'll just price it in for October or December, rather. Slow dump, same like go up. Things get more bullish above here. QQQ's getting a tiny bit of a recovery. I think the most important thing is that vol is just getting persistently shorted. They don't seem to be giving up on that. $54.95. Hmm. So you have all the vol shorting of yesterday with none of the price improvement. Some of the in the money calls are taking a little bit of profits. Why do it down? Well, we're not losing any of the levels that we need to lose to drop. Primarily 435. Delta's a little bit positive here, so that's supportive on the 0 DTE side. We're getting more out of the money call buying. Gamma and Charm are falling off though, so it might not last much longer. What's up, Gherk? How you doing? Really bored, man. Where did bears let downside liquidity get killed overnight? You mean why did they close their puts when we opened at 54.30? Well, because their puts were out of the money. If you feel really bored, would you mind opining on Amazon? Yeah, I could take a look at it. Delta's been falling off of it for like well over a week now. Since like the 10th. It's been pretty steadily declining. DN and GN are still way out of the money though. They're down at like in the 160 range. And 180, 182 is kind of, I guess 175 is where the bearish positioning kind of tops out, but it looks like maybe we'll start to see some put selling. There's a lot of calls to the upside still. All the way out to 200. So if it bounces above 185, might run up again. I wonder if they've kind of pushed the dispersion trade here as far as they can go. Just 1 month. VIX is still very much in backwardation. $54.62 is kind of bullish. Double top and drop. Maybe. Left a couple downside gaps. The trend isn't particularly weak, but it's not moving very quickly. Just a little bit more room for a higher high. This would be a lower high if we failed here. Guitar stuff? Can you talk about Nvidia 0 DTE? Mm, yeah, I probably wouldn't play them. It's not in a great range between like 110 and 115. Also, Nvidia sucks for 0 DTEs now because it's cheap. Well, things get more bullish if we push any higher than this, so possibly. I have Lyme disease. It's really bad. I'm sorry to hear that. This is why I don't go outside. Ticks. See? Or in the woods. Just put a call. I've been on antibiotics for a month. Doesn't that get rid of it? It's supposed to. Okay. Do you see any signs of call selling? Yeah, there's a shitload of sold calls. They're all to the upside of here. Um, but there's a big chunk of them at like 70, 65, 70. Then a lot more up at like 80, 90, 5,500, 5,510. We can leave symptoms after it's been killed. Huh. I admitted there are in fact trees in New York City, but there definitely aren't woods. And I'll die on that hill. Well, we have parks where multiple trees are clustered together. The Lone Star tick disease scares me the most. That's what Dave has. Dave can't eat the meat. It is big sad. Although he's probably gonna have a really healthy heart. Dave the Peener Doctor? Yeah. Poor Dave. I know. But you can't have pork either? I thought it was just like red meat. Or is it just all meat? No mammalian flesh. What the fuck? Humans are the only thing I could theoretically eat. Well, did you talk about Andrew Left Citron being charged by the SEC? I saw it. It was funny. Don't get Lyme though. It will ruin your life. It sounds terrible. I know someone who got it, but they got it treated and it went away. He kind of did the thing he accused DFE of. He should have just shut his fucking mouth, maybe. Why are you still holding those spreads? Where? Oh. I don't know. If it drops. Tesla is still 200. Looks like it's going to get back above 220, which is bullish again. I don't have any PT on Tesla. 200 is just the next major support to the downside. I'm not playing it at all. Okay, that's a reversal. Should be buying like the 5,500 or something. I love zero volume breakouts. 54.90. 54.80 probably. Where's gamma neutral? Delta neutral's there. Still leveraging the fuck out of the carry trade, and RSP is rocketing. So this is just all Dow. What in Dow? Microsoft, largely. Salesforce, Amazon, and JPM. Visa's recovering, and UNH is doing pretty well. The fuck is this stock? Oh, Dow. Is this going to 5,500? If we squeeze out the short calls above 80, then yes, it could. Although right now it doesn't look like it is. The peak of the call interest right now is at like yeah, peak of the call interest is at 80. The quants are ignoring my input. What did you ask them? It's 1209. Tom Lee decided he wanted to pick up some futures. Volume's really fucking low on feuds. Anyway, resistance is like coming up. A couple more bucks. They can't short VIX for. Can they short VIX forever? What do you mean? Like until the end of time? Sure. As long as it doesn't get massively overcrowded. VIX is only getting shorted a little. Yeah, the VIX short isn't very strong. It's constant though. There's that resistance. Let's get a $25 rejection. I would prefer like a $100 one. Someone hit their PT on Microsoft. Yeah. Well, slightly hotter inflation played out well for NQ today. The law states that I can only break even at most when I buy an option. Fair enough. I'd like to order a repeat of yesterday, please. Well, VIX is still pretty high, so uh, we could still see a significant move in the other direction. This is a pretty strong rejection off of trend on ES. Hmm. Yeah, alright. We're getting a little bit of bearish momentum. Not a ton. But I guess we'll see if this pulls back under... What do we need to get under here? Under 60 is kind of the big one. You don't have to help us debug popcorn. The meatball just climbed the side of the pan to get some momentum to drop through the bottom of the fucking oven. Mm, yeah, it's not too hard for us to slide down from here. Need to get under 60 but yeah, downside gamma can increase pretty quickly if the rejection persists. I'm genuinely curious because the only trades I've made in a while are just buying Carvana 2Ds, so I don't know if I'll use it. That's fair. You could monitor your Carvana 2Ds. If there are memes or a place to ship posts on the platform, I'd be more receptive. We were talking about adding note taking, so you could write your own shit posts and then share them in the community of your choosing. Also, it'll have its own Discord for members eventually. I remember yesterday we were higher than this, almost exactly this time, and then we closed below 5,400. I remember. Yeah, I do. That doesn't mean today's going to be the same thing. I think you should stop giving out Greeks after the platform is live. If we want them, we've got to pay. I mean, I still use stuff in my analysis. Otherwise, Pickles Picks just becomes trust me, bro, instead of being data driven, which would be unacceptable. Direct version control crashed my computer yesterday, and after 16 hours, I finally got back to where I was on Wednesday. Ouch. That's an excessive amount of time. Trust Me Bro was so much simpler. I have no idea what you're talking about most of the time in Pickles Picks these days. Why don't you ask? I think you're exhibiting something called integrity, that we're generally unfamiliar. I do ask. It's very frequently ignored. That's not true. I'm gonna look at the last time you tagged me. The last time you tagged me was asking me something about IWM, and I answered you 3 minutes after you tagged me. Thank you, Maple. Sometimes I don't tag you when I ask. Well, then I'm not going to see it. You didn't tag me. I feel like I'm being, yeah, I feel like I'm being gaslit now. I'm just talking about port bots. I'll ask louder. Okay. Nope, you didn't ask me any fucking questions in the stream today either. Alright. You're gaslighting me. And not in a sexually satisfying way. I 100% did. I'm gonna fucking screenshot everything you said in chat today, and I'm gonna post it on the stream now. Because if there's one thing I don't do, it's ignore people. Where's the there isn't even a fucking question mark. These aren't things you tagged me in. This is literally everything you've said in the chat today. I do ignore you, Bob, but you're an asshole. You say the forward yield on vol is starting to turn around. What does that mean for us trading the SPX? The demand for volatility goes up. More people go long vol. I've explained that 1,000 times. In Pickles Picks on stream. On Twitter. Not on Reddit. From negative to positive. I showed you the fucking chart. It stopped turning around, by the way. It started going down more because we've been pushing up, but it was starting to turn around earlier. Can you put their Discord comment about pork butts on stream? No. I answer so many fucking stupid questions every day. The one thing I won't be accused of is ignoring people. And not just pigeon whales and dillionaires. I answer everybody's stupid fucking questions. I even answered Popcorn Trader's win down that he asks 14 times a day. Gork puts her calls. You must answer. I will. That's a decision you're going to have to make on your own, Nick. What do you mean when SPY and ES volume on moves are different? Specifically, SPY looks like a bear flag right now. ES, not so much. ES, just bigger bear flag? Do you think about that? ES kind of looks like a bear flag. But maybe it's just a big bear flag, right? Not the little bear flag, big bear flag. So, like this bear flag. Yeah. Can you see everyone's chat history? I was unaware of this. Yeah. Wait, what? Yep. Not only can I see it, I peruse it frequently. All of you that have changed your names to pretend to be someone else because I didn't like you, I know who you are. Don't do this to me, man. Brett. I have a 5415p for next Friday on SPXW as part of a strangle. I closed my call too early, so I have no upside hedge. At what point on SPX would you cut? If we broke up from here, I would cut it. Right now, we still haven't broken the upper trend. But if we did and we move back above the long-term trend breakdown, then we're in kind of a reversal. We're probably going to move up to like 55.60, right? We already have a little breakout on QQQ. One second. Hmm. Ooh, oil's bouncing back. Nice. $54.80 is the next major test. 5480 is the only major test today so far. $60, I guess, was kind of important. Getting above 60, but there's above 80, it's all short calls. There's nothing long. So either we test 80 and reject super hard, and slip back down the gamma curve again, or we're gonna start to squeeze off the short calls. Are more rate cuts being priced in right now? Yeah, we're up from this morning. I mean, not a lot. Like, we went from like 0.65 to 0.85. Or 0.68, sorry. 0.685. Yields are starting to fall and the dollar is dropping, which might make it hard to continue leveraging up the carry. So if the carry falls off again, which is what happened yesterday, I think this all collapses. Because that's where the leverage is coming from, right? And so if we look at the carry trade, you know, they lever it up to try to push vol down, right? But if dollar breaks down against the yen, They're not going to be able to keep levering that up, right? It's gonna swing back. And that would be pretty bearish, I think. Interestingly, VIX futures VIX correlation still very high. Still at like 4.6 or 46.3, sorry. So I mean, correlation only went down like 4% since yesterday so far. So despite this push up, they're not really aggressively shorting vol. Did you see the Japanese 3-month yield yesterday? I think I looked at it at 1.1. BOJ is expected to stop repurchasing bonds at this meeting. Which is one of the reasons why people see people trying to back out of the carry. Is this an almost double top? No, it's a double top. It would confirm a breakdown of 54.62. But it's definitely a double top. Dorito from Gap Down. Yeah. You're doing this one? Check the Yeah, I have that on futures. Look at you, Dork, you're learning. See? This one. That's the downtrend. Hey! Yeah, look at you. Alright, I'm gonna grab food real fast. I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. Why did fucking Dork bounce this? God damn it, Dork. Oopsies. Mm. That's delicious. Positioning change at all? No. If we squeeze the sold calls, we're going to DN on the weekly. Probably. Is that very steep bearish consolidation on MNQ? Oh, sorry. Yeah, a little bit. Hold on. Maybe. I mean, there's a bigger trend here, especially. This has been a little bit weaker than the S&P. What's kind of weird is it doesn't look like there's any interest building to the upside of this. Maybe 90. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like if we break 80, like if we get away from this and break out again, that's it. We're going to 5,500. Oh shit. Hold on. That's the first time that's been used. That's not true. Just raise the desk with the price action in the market. I do have food. I made a big plate of pasta. It was left over from my dinner last night at this Italian restaurant I went to that was apparently family style. I'm so used to spending like $34 on pasta, I didn't even think to ask, are your portion sizes 5 times larger than normal? Well, I didn't eat it all. That's why there's still a shitload of it. I still have like 2 more servings this size in my fridge. Yeah, actually a pretty good deal. I mean, I had to spice it up a bit when I got home, but it tastes good now. Are you in your Go EV CSPs already? I sold some when it dipped under 2, but it wasn't under $2 for very long. Pro tip, if you're trying to catch up on stream, don't listen to wet pasta eating sounds on 2x. It's horrible. That sounds like a nightmare. Probably sounds like me having sex. Come on, Dork, you're a lot faster than 2x. Yeah, 5x 5500s when we were at 5440. I sold them all, though I should have scaled. I had 25 5410s that I sold on the high this morning. Feels less good now. Do you make pastas with chipotle sauce? I don't know what that means. No? Ooh, you know what? Um, I did try to make a arrabbiata one time with what's the name of that fucking dried? It's not chipotle. Guajillo. What's our upside here? Unless we start squeezing sold calls, this is it. But we might just start squeezing sold calls. I want another CERN play. Be like long Siri, right? At 4. You could go short Liberty Media and presume that Buffett's wrong. Fucking drop exactly hit my stop. Dork, there's nothing above us. Why are you buying calls? Not much of a wall at 720. But if it gets above 720, it's going to start squeezing off the puts. There's a little bit of resistance again out at 40. And then past 40, Gamma just flattens out completely. Are these puts? Hold on. Let me see something. Yeah, call OI picks up above 750. Still put heavy though. I thought they got that momentum from rate cut hopes so they can all avoid bankruptcy. I mean, they did, right? But inflation was like core was a little bit up today on PCE. Personal income's down, but spending is rising. And if wages are falling and growth is picking up, then inflation is picking up too. And if inflation's picking up, the Fed's not going to cut rates. I wonder what labor is going to look like next week. That's going to be interesting. I don't know if I really give a shit about jolts, but NFP. Only 156 likes. Come on, guys. We need more cowbell. Thank you, Proving Crown. Did you get stopped out of Carvana? I actually have no idea. Some of it. Looks like I got it stopped out of my weekly puts right at open. About half of my August stuff, the stuff I had stops on. It's a high or low. I might just short it above 36 again. It still looks like shit on the 1 hour. We might get the exact same pattern as yesterday. We might. Yeah, IWM does look like it might fail its breakout and finally dump. Although I'd probably still want to see it fall below like 117 again. Yeah. Important levels to break for this to reverse. Delta turns negative around 54.50. I'm sorry. Delta turns negative at 54.60. Gamma turns negative at 54.50. Anything else important? Just the call wall at 65. Or 60, rather. What's a longer term? Do you have any comments on me? I tried to get advice on Twitter, and somehow I was invited to a throuple. That sounds about right. So I looked at Nextera. I don't know where my notes are, but back when I was looking at utilities, they were one of the ones that made the first few rounds of cuts, and then I decided not to buy them. And now I don't remember why. Let me see if looking at this sparks anything. Oh, part of my problem was their 100 billion and rapidly growing debt, which it looks like in the last 2 quarters since I checked them out last hasn't slowed down at all. I don't know why they're accruing so many liabilities with rates this high. But their equity growth is year over year under the rate of their liability accrual. Although it does look like some recent cash flows have gotten slightly better. That still appears to be largely driven by finance activities. And a lot of that is issuance of debt, right? You might get your wish. We're getting a shitload of call buying at 5,500. I think their payout ratio is kind of healthy, but it's low. And given their financing situation, Don't you feel like 23x is maybe a bit overvalued? Yeah, and I was looking to this back like in October, November of last year, and I thought they were overvalued then. They're beginning to speak above my pay grade. They're a monopoly, right? Well, at least regionally. So a lot of that moat's being priced in, but I'm not sure they deserve it. Like they're financing their own cash flows. That's usually not a good sign. Interestingly, had I bought them in October, I'd be up a lot. So maybe I should have bought them anyway. But is this neutral or a precipice? Okay, so there's not a lot of support to the downside. It's not neutral. It's actually the bull test for what would be technically a breakout. Not just technically, but on the options. More so on the options side, actually, than the technicals. But it's both. Actually, I don't think their debt's a problem. I think they just need to stop fucking financing their dividend with it, right? Why Carvana up so much? It's a bouncy boy. Specifically between 25 and 35, it's bounced a bunch already. Oh, I'm gonna overhold so bad. I could see that. I'm probably gonna short it again soon. This retest is, I mean, that's a Head and Shoulders, right? Yeah, it is a Head and Shoulders. Okay, Bulls, you can't have everything. Give one of them up. Tech or breadth? Choose. What do people like to buy when the economy does a poopy? Bonds. Mr. Poopy Pants, the economy is overheating again. It's not doing a poopy, right? Growth, inflation, productivity, they're all just the best. I know it's pretty exciting that our rate of growth matches our non-seasonally adjusted rate of inflation plus deficit spending. Yeah. Overheating leads to hikes, leads to bank failures. Can't hike, banks fail. Can't cut, inflation skyrockets. Fed's still in the same trap. Nothing's changed. Are they gonna do the EU thing and do like a hawkish cut and then realize they fucked up and not be able to cut for even longer? JPow's gonna wait it out. It's okay. We'll just keep rolling forward the rate cut expectations. That's not gonna make anyone nervous or antsy, right? Especially not people who just pumped like 400 billion into IWM. JPow would be the goat if he cuts rates 200 bips and then dumps the balance sheet. You mean he'd send us into a spiral that would take 20 years to recover from? I guess the Fed would be profitable that quarter. Analysts expect 35 rate cuts in 2025. Do you think people will move to bonds if the Fed holds next week? It's going to depend on their projection for the September meeting. There's some rate cut expectation priced into the August meeting, but not a lot. That's an awfully bullish outlook. So I did look at your DD on D, Papa Bear. Yes, I agree that they're going to have to. They are going to be a large provider of increased energy demand in what is becoming the breadbasket of American data centers very rapidly. I do think, however, that their current energy output is going to be insufficient and they're going to have to scale. And that's going to take a lot of capex, which is going to drop their share price. So I would probably wait until they start spending really heavily on infrastructure and then look for an entry. Because the projected demand of those data centers is going to far outpace their current like production in that area, right? You guys waiting for a shakeout? 5485 is a fortress. It's just sold calls to the upside. We're getting some more call selling while we sit here, which could end up being bearish if we reject. I'd like to see a lot more short call selling. And a lot less of every bull on the planet buying the 5500 call. NQ volume dead. It's consolidating. $5,500. Probably not much above that. Is a drop to 50 unrealistic? VIX is at 1650. No, it's not. A drop to 5400 isn't even unrealistic right now. Oh no. I bought a lot of 5425s up here. Let's find out if this is going to pay off. I like how you waited for the bullish breakout to do that. Super early for a bull push like this. I mean, I don't know how relevant that is. Are the calls squeezing? Most of the at-risk ones are pulled back now anyway. So, yeah, but very slowly. Charm's not going to do shit at these prices. Super supportive. $54.91.59. Yeah, except that same high for today would be at, 5,500. There's more room than there was yesterday on the push up. I wonder if Carvana is going to test 37. so I can buy more pooties. Seeing as how we're below DNGN, this is taking some real effort, I presume. I mean, I'll say this, bears aren't really doing much about it. They're not getting squeezed either, which is interesting. Like they've been rolling their calls up and out above 54 for 50 5500. So they're pulling the liquidity to squeeze away from spot, but they're definitely not pushing back against the put sellers who have sold basically every put from I don't know, 54 60 50 all the way up, and have also sold the 5500 put. The one time I listened to you about risk management, game changer. Thanks. Thank you so much, DeckP. I appreciate that. That's awesome, dude. Well done. There's sold puts above 5500. Keep establishing that base going into FOMC. That's very possible. Um, I don't see a lot of longer dated shit being sold to the upside. Like most of this is all zero DTE. But yeah, they can be establishing a base here. Maybe a precarious one so far if it's zero DTAs. Oh no, it's absolutely precarious. Yeah, there's only two supports to the downside, and they're pretty spread out. Well, okay. Yeah. I mean it's really just 5560. Maybe there's a tiny bit of support at 55, but not much. And then if we lost 55, we would just go down like 53.85. So yeah, it is precarious. Too early for end of day predictions on QQQ. Probably. This is a failed breakout, so I don't know. It might just fucking dump, right? Like all of this stuff has no support. Dump it. Hold on, we got another $50 to go before it matters. Okay, but that was cool. That was kind of cool. That also might see some of the calls at 60 get hit. Is that a rejection? Yeah. Dork, I love this data. Oh, there goes Charm. Delta turns negative at 61. So that's where there should be some support. Gamma is negative at 53. 2. 52. Hmm. REIT shorts are facing some resistance today. We have housing data at the beginning of next week. Also, labor data is going to be big for REITs. So they're probably going to start pulling back. What was that? You mean the beta data? Yeah, I do. This is the 60 support right here. So it'd be really cool if we just smash right through this. Oh, nice. Carvana, October, August 130p calendar spreads. Bad idea. Option strats shows profitability across a 20% range on both sides upon expiry. Are you going long the? Are you going long the October put? My 5425s are free. I love you. Thanks, Cobra. You're gonna love me a lot more if they go in the money. Come on, smash it. So much momentum. I love how quickly dispersion, their attempts at pushing back into the dispersion trade just break. Look at this shit. Two years of beta paid for. Nice. Wow, that is quick. Yeah. Forward yield on vol turned back around to the upside, Dr. Drake, meaning that people will want to be more encouraged to go long the forward convexity of volatility. Oh, God damn. He's probably AFK playing video games. Maybe. Hmm. One second, guys. What's forward convexity? Um, so the curvature and the relationship between spot vol or cash VIX and the future price of volatility in the futures market, right? And so it's the measure of the like rate of change over time and the forward expectations of volatility. So right now, cash VIX is like higher than the VIX contract in front, right? And it's also, I think it's also higher than the, well, it was yesterday. Let me look. Yeah, it's almost higher than the cash VIX in September, right? So, if you're a bond portfolio holder, right, and you're worried about volatility spiking, right, and you want to hedge your bond port, you would be going long volatility on like the August, September contracts. Maybe a little bit on December as well. I don't know. It seems like every time Google's stock price is dropping, there's more YouTube ads. Every time you try to teach something I want to hear, Google plays an ad. Would you all get them at once? It's length times base divided by girth. I don't totally understand, but I get the consequences. Mark it down. Let me see if I can help you understand. So, you know, normally, right, if you're long bonds, you're shorting vol in a rising market, right? Because, yields are going to go yields are going to go up, right? And bonds are going to become worth less. And so you short vol to offset that, right? But when vol starts rising, you want to go long volatility. And if the forward volatility is higher than the current volatility, it encourages everybody to go long volatility. because the forward returns on long volatility are going up, right? Did bulls catch the knife? I don't know. We got support and a bounce. I'm not entirely sure that means the knife is caught, but it could be. You logged off Discord? Son of a bitch. I don't log off, I just get kicked off. It looks like they closed the room. Pretty sure a failed reversal here would be very bearish. So if this fails, this bounce fails, and then we lose 60, that's pretty bad. 16,000 calls bought today that expire in 175 days. Is that notable? No, options volume is generally meaningless. Also, increased call volume, especially a jump that big, is usually like vol selling and not bullish. Isn't it negative delta at 62 for the zero GTUs? Yeah, we tapped the, well, no, hold on. Yeah, we tapped the point at which delta would flip negative on the intraday. But it's fairly, actually delta did go a little bit negative. Not much, but a little bit. I would like to buy more of those big red candles. I don't think you probably don't have the money to buy them. They're quite expensive. Oh, that's right. Can't average down. God, I hate PDT accounts. Let's hit that negative gamma though. That's 50. That's down. That's down here. What's going on with on RRP? Hmm. Weird. Ooh, RRP turned around. Well, not much, but a little bit. I'll buy that spread for you and PayPal you the profits later. Thanks, man. Well, we got a lower high. Which is interesting. I would say if we lose 5481 ES, that's going to be very, very bearish. How even losing 5500 ES is probably very bearish. That was a lot of fucking volume on that dump. It's like 90,000 contracts over 15 minutes. Ooh, I have a fun strategy I need to backtest. You know, we need live commentators on SPX. I think I have that right here. Aw. Lame. They have it for SPY.
SPY 544.87. SPY 544.97. SPY 544.90. SPY 544.89.
Make it stop. New kink unlocked. It doesn't have SPX though. Is that fake Gherk? Yeah.
SPY 544.78. SPY 544.64.
All right, I'll stop it. That's annoying. You guys don't like having a squawk box? You wouldn't last a day on the SIBO floor. I mean, blind people? Yeah. Or maybe just like, if you're blind, don't trade intraday. Weird. She sounds just like my AI girlfriend. That's ableist. Is that what a squawk box? I didn't see your DM. What'd you DM me? I didn't buy it. What's the significance of that? Oh, nice. Wait, hold on. Are you selling calls, Dork? That's illegal. Oh, okay, okay. Does that interest you? I haven't heard about forest fires on the news yet. Uh, I'll go long lumber when there's smoke around my house. None of the lumber comes from Cali because all the trees are already burned down. Oregon, Washington, Alaskan, and Canadian forest fires interest me. Maybe I should have been more specific. I sold generators during wildfires. Sounds like I could one up you with fire, like asbestos wrapped electrical lines. We never should have stopped using asbestos in everything. It's such a great material. You told me there isn't wood in Hollywood? Ridiculous. I mean, it's a different kind of wood. But you could sand it as a hobby. We're doing 2 p.m. margin calls today. No. We haven't even slipped into negative delta yet. Chernobyl has the best lumber. Oh god. I don't have anti-poor tirades. I'm pro-poor. I like poor people. Until they bite you. Well, I mean, I hope they wouldn't do that. It's Harvey Weinstein would, and many have sanded it unwillingly. I went to the dentist today, and YouTube's giving me pop-up ads for new dentists. Why did you research your dentist on YouTube? It didn't? Oh. It's just the GPS data. Interesting. That kind of looks like shit. Continuation. I want one. Let's go, baby. Bear flag, double top, 5470. Okay. Yeah. Assume you mean on the 1 minute? Hmm. Oh, fucking come on. I'm gonna invent the world's first truly random number generator. You can't do that on a computer, I think, without quantum processing, right? Can you spare a thought on what's involved in moving from a bull to a bear market? Well, volatility is the first big one, and then a percentage drop requisite with the that meets the criteria for a bear market. There's mixed opinions on that. Most are like 20% down. It's a security company whose hash was determined by a wall of hundreds of lava lamps that a camera looked at. Yeah, yeah, I heard about that. It's Cloudflare, right? The company was Cloudflare. Hmm. Why are we dumping harder like yesterday? Were you here yesterday? Yesterday we kind of walked down in several steps, all of which consolidated before dropping further. And then before the end of the day, we spiked back up to from like 25 back to 50 and then dumped down under 5400. But from yesterday's peak to our low, I think was like almost 3 hours. What's up, Nuke? Hmm. I think. How much vol crush do you expect after an earnings event? It depends on how much vol's been priced in for the earnings event. The larger the expected move, the more vol is priced in. Apparently, along with the large wildfire in Turkey, what are you just trying to find every wildfire going on? Find ones that are affecting the timber industry. Hmm. Why is bearish momentum so satisfying to watch? Because selling begets selling. $20 more minutes of this, please. I was looking at Carvana for Vol Crush. What's the expected move? How do you analyze it? For Carvana's earnings? When are they? The current 30-day expected move is 28.1%. They're on the 31st. So they're pricing at about 14% for next week. So far, that'll probably go up. Be real with me. Is there any chance we touch 5,400 before close? If not, what is realistic? That's actually not unrealistic. I mean, it's a very low probability, but it could happen. Lowest QQQ ends if we dump hard. I guess we could retest like 19. I don't know what that is on QQQ. I would say something like 60, maybe 59. I guess we have an hour and a half. The upshift in momentum is dying pretty quickly. Charm is still supportive, right? A lot less than it was above 75. And significantly less if we lose 60. Delta's kind of oscillating between flat and slightly positive here. But if that and gamma go negative, yeah, we'd be under 60. Yes, gamma goes negative at 60 now. So I would say that we lose all of the supportive charm under 60 at this point. Yeah, I said 60. 60 for. Oh no, gamma goes negative at 5460 ES or SPX. But I said like if QQQ dumps today, it's probably not going to go much lower than 60, like 460. To answer your question, McLovin, and it's really going to need to dump. Maybe it could hit 57, but that would be wild. Very slim chance of that happening. Is Dow really up 1.75? Yep. So $10 chop range right here to the last 10 minutes. Check. No, I don't think support's that strong. And it's weakening. We're getting more out of the money puts coming in because we're so close to negative delta. Um, if we fail, the low is like 54.15. We could fail beyond that. If we did, we'd drop to like 54.70 or 53.75. But that would depend greatly on how much vol picked up, right? Like that would be like we Vana squeeze out the far out of the money short puts. But a slide down the at the money long puts at spot would push us into like the 54.35. Yeah, that would push us into like the 54.35 short puts, at which point charm flips negative, right? And then the MM's gonna sell into the downside, which can push us down the rest of the short puts at like 54.15, where those end. And then to get across that, we would need vol to spike super hard on the initial downside move. And if it did, like if we got up to like VIX like 1750, then we could squeeze out all of the short puts. And that's like the bigger but far more unlikely range, right? That goes down to 53.75. Papa working? Yeah, sorry. We're trying to polish shit for the website. Yeah, I was surprised 3M guided up. I'm sure 3M didn't cure cancer, but they probably hold the patent for all the materials necessary to administer any cure for cancer. Also, the patents for numerous cancers, well, carcinogens. Bull's strong at the support. Not strong, but resilient. Oh, fucking Christ. All right, hold on. All right. Where were we? Something's happening. Yeah, hopefully we're going down like a rock. Fucking bullshit bounce anyway. Reject, you loser, index. Well, we lost 60. That was important. And if they try to catch the knife here, they might fuck themselves. That's going to be most of the charm flipped over the other way. Yeah, charm's negative here. We're negative gamma. Negative delta. Well, if they give up on trying to catch the knife, and the 54.65 short put squeeze, that should be 54.60 short puts. Yeah, if those squeeze, that should be it. So we just need to lose what 53 probably. So NQ below VWAP. From your lips to Kenny's ears. Hour and 10 minutes. Yep. All the Greeks are Greek exposures are negative here. Just barely though. This looks pretty shitty. Hmm. Taco Bell or bad oysters? Chipotle with extra sour cream. But like barbacoa. Did you just time Bob out for the rest of the day, Derek? Oh, because he talked shit about Taco Bell? You know what? I had a girlfriend from where you live, and she fucking loved Taco Bell too. What's her number? I have no idea. You won't even deign to give it a name. Was it Washoe Valley or whatever? I'm allowing Bob back if he promises not to be an asshole. Take it up with him in the Discord. Taco Bell's not as cheap anymore. Yeah, but their food's gotten worse. It's genetic. Oh, Jesus. uh, listen, if Dork had a sister, every guy in the fucking Discord would be trying to date her. %99 sodium Baja sauce. Yummy yum. Maybe a couple of the women would too. Is that why Dork put his face on all of the hot chicks? He didn't do that. Dork's always posting gifs of his sister. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, absolutely. He didn't stop it either. Also true. Whatever happened to Big Spoon? I think work happened to Big Spoon. Or the usual port blew up. You know, that's there's only two reasons people leave the pickle jar: death and their port blew up. Actually, a lot of people whose ports have blown up have just stayed. Sup? That me. I'm a bit of a demolitions expert. uh, you guys. Cool. Support to the downside starting to weaken a little bit. Um, this might be what takes us over the hump if we can get above VIX 17 here. Got NQ pushing a new low. Yep, there it is. Very nice. Charm, Delta, Gamma, all getting more negative. Goes long Vana at 54.15. Nice.
Thank you for being our shepherd in such tumultuous times. No problem. $100 more downside, please. Ridiculous, but we might get another bigger leg down if we can get clear of all this. VIX above 17 again. Still fighting the drop. Not really. There's just some like positive gamma right around here, but it's like a little hump. It's not hard to get over, I don't think. $25 leg down, and I'll do some things to the pores. Uber Eats gift cards. $10 CrowdStrike coupons. It's 50. Bleed. Did you have the people who joined the data app sign a waiver to agree not to share the information? Not that I think people in the pickle jar would do that, but I'm sure there's some SS people around. Share the well, what do you mean? Like from the beta? The beta sign up will have like a non-disclosure kind of thing. But I mean, as far as like sharing the data and screenshots, we want people to do that, right? Wouldn't that make it so I don't have to sign up if they screenshot it and share it? I mean, good fucking luck screenshotting like 800 different equities and 90 charts for each one a day. Challenge unlocked. I mean, the data's like all of our data is pretty interactive, right? So, I mean, having someone share screenshots with you in lieu of you paying a subscription would kind of just suck. No, go the other way. Relax. Is the beta open or not yet? Not yet. We're still doing the onboarding and getting all of that together. And then there's some dev environment stuff that we have to do before we go live. But we haven't started the onboarding. Did you sign up on the thing? For years, I've wanted my own data to look at. I relied on a morning write up, and now I'll just be able to have it. My third monitor will finally have something to do. And you'll have the morning write up. How do I sign up? Did I miss? Are you a pigeon whale? Or were you a pigeon whale? You might have missed it. You are? Oh, okay. So in the pigeon whale chat, what's your Discord stream? Just DM me your Discord screen name. Or send me a DM on Discord real quick. Jim Martine's husband. Jim Martine's about to get pissed at me for sliding into his wife's DMs. just out of the selling channel. Gross. Don't use that. That's a terrible. That's not even real. Why don't bears long 0 DTE puts the way bulls short 0 DTE puts? Bears short calls. That's what the bears do. All right, guys, if you're a pigeon whale, make sure that you're part of the Royal Pigeon Whale Society and that you have updated or you've connected your YouTube account to your Discord account and unlocked all the YouTube or Discord perks. And then make sure to avail yourself of the beta discussion channels where all of this information is being posted. Because there's going to be other stuff, and I don't want everyone to miss it because they're not in those channels, or you know they muted those channels when they were in poor chat because they were tired of pigeon whales shitting on them, and now they're a pigeon whale, and they forgot to unmute those channels. Ban Farmville on Discord. I just noticed his that's from the Hawk Tua. We're heading back into the selling channel. All right, what the fuck is this? All right, can we not say things like selling channel? Next thing you know, you guys are going to be telling me about the next fib target. All right. Is the beta closed? It's a closed beta. You cannot become a pigeon whale at this point and join the beta. So effectively, yes. Can you just give me the beta anyway? Huh. Well, you know, I like the cut of your jib. I won't do that, but nice. So joining Pigeon Whale now is just a Sigma Chad flex. Yeah. Should have said please. Might have worked. I don't even know what beta you're talking about, but it's intriguing. Do I have the thing? This one. It's so different already. I know. Did you really call yourself a mastermind? No. I didn't make the trailer. You've seen my video production skills. Are you fucking kidding me? Boo, dated trailer. Well, we don't have a new one, alright? Final ask, is August 9th 20 interval strangle correct in terms of theta buying today? It's okay. Yeah, that should be enough. 20 wide, so you're going what, 470, 430 ish? Something like that. It's good for the next couple of days. I was promised sub 5400 end of day. No. I would also like that. Sub stabilizing and fall to 5385 right now. But they're building support. Not much. Like a little bit. I think Delta's still negative. They want to fill that gap. You see this little tiny gap right here? You have Greeks on Starbucks? I don't fucking know. Maybe. Yes. It's below all of them. Delta. Oh, wait, no, that's wrong. Nope, still below all of them. DN is at 75, GN is at 74. Dealer dealer adjusted delta and gamma are both negative. Realized vol is rising. Holy shit, that's so big. Hold on. Are we pumping into close? We're filling that gap. It's not way past filled. But that's not actually the price. That's the price. Huh. I don't like my entry as much now. Negative gamma, delta, charm. We bounced $20. I love this market. Yeah. Gamma might still be negative here, even with the bounce. No. A little bit positive. Dumpy's dead? Well, unless we go back under, yep, there we go. Hey, yo, Guac, calls or puts right now, for real, though. I feel like that question's answering itself. Negative Gamma, Charm, and Delta rebounds. Knife Catcher's Anonymous once again. Now I'm mad that I closed my call. I told you guys we were going to fill the little gap. It's not a mystery. Um, 200 pips an hour downward. We'll see. This is the exact same fucking price action from yesterday. Okay, everything's negative again. I was just thinking that all day. What's the language of the fake Gorks? So much more sophisticated than real Gork. I don't know what you're talking about. We drew from a lower high point, so if God is good, we'll end lower too. Haha, the last thing the poors will expect is the exact same pattern we realized yesterday. MPs, probably. MMs? Oh. Okay. It's shocking how little people want to hold QQQ, honestly. We're back in the bearish channel. I'm gonna throttle you. No. You can now rent heavily armored yachts and poach Somalian pirates. That can't be real. The ultimate prey? Hmm. Elliott Wave 5 complete. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't know, Gherk's not only quite articulate, but also garrulous. I am not. I don't speak on any trivial matters ever. I don't think you could point to one example of me speaking about something trivial or unimportant. I am excessively chatty. I'm not gonna acknowledge my message. I see how it is. Oh god. What's up, Darth? 3 years and my love for my husband grows greater every day. Happy 3 years, Gherk. Love, Darth. Hi, Darth. How you doing, man? I put some on the money for the third time today, and I didn't set a stop. I am not I am not smart. Well, maybe I'll get a fourth chance. I just have to stop in to say hi to my favorite YouTuber. All right. What's this shirtless channel? On the Discord? I guess you could make one. I'm gonna take your claim of me being glib as an insult, Edwin. So you're gonna gloss over the Pigeonhole trivia night you had this week? Yeah, I didn't think we needed to talk about it. Well, market sold them for my initial strike. Okay. Shirtless chugs? No. No. Are you gonna straddle the weekend? Yeah, probably. Which channel what in Discord? The husband stuff is creepy. Only to me. Russian luxury yachts offer pirate hunting cruises. Oh shit. $5,800 a day? You creeped out by me? I mean, I'm pretty sure you were before you proposed. I didn't propose. I did not. Questionable, taken out of context. Bulls do not want a repeat of yesterday. No, they don't. That much is clear. But can they prevent it? Trash is not the pickle jar arbitrator. That's BMG, and he severed his alliance with the Dan ship. Take what back? I didn't say trash did. I said BMG did. I said trash isn't the pickle jar arbitrator. It's your fault the market won't go below 54.50. You drew that line in your write-up last night, and it keeps bouncing off of it. Yeah. That's not my fault. That's just something that's in place. I still don't know what a Dan is supposed to be. They're a hive mind collective of low income people who refill their portfolios by offering sexual favors behind the Wendy's. And you might say, which Wendy's? The answer, all of them. There is in fact a book of the Dans available. Oldest profession in the world, exactly. Have I been a Dan all along? Probably. Look, it's the daily pattern, but small. We doing fractals? Was a week of theta adequate for strangles? To carry over the weekend? Probably not, but if you get a really big move, they will be. Dirk needs one of those Olympic cardboard anti-segs beds. Wait, what? If I send you a chug to celebrate 3 years, would you post? Sure. You better step it up a notch, though. It's 3 years. The beds of the Olympics are made of cardboard, so the athletes don't do the nasty. That sounds very anti-French. How does that stop them from doing the nasty? How's next week looking? We have Labor Day to next week. Next week's got a bunch of stuff. And we get the Treasury refunding announcement on Monday. It's going to be exciting. We got to find out that Yellen can't issue any more short term debt. Hopefully. I think we get ISM PMI, Chicago PMI, got FOMC next week, Bank of Japan, non farm payrolls, tech earnings. And next week's going to be crazy. Because the interest payments are getting too high. Crazy enough for you to take off your shirt? Probably not. We've already broken 5,400 twice. IV on QQQ is high. Yes, it is. The drop on NQ is almost 10% so far, I think. Our top today and yesterday is a double top, right? Yeah. Sort of. It's like a really big bear flag. Interesting. Eight minutes, 80 bips. Let's go. No? Oh well. Gonk? Is this volatility? No. This is bullshit. Hmm. I would like VIX above 17. They kind of fucked that up for the day, didn't they? I do kind of want to go long VIX futures over the weekend, though. Hmm. If we ask nicely, could there be a 3 sigma move into close? That would be like $2. You want like a 30 sigma move into close? Maybe. Actually, losing 54.46 here would be kind of crazy. That means, yep, the week closes below the technical reversal point if we stay under here. I don't think there's any fucking support. Oh my god. Dump it. Don't be such a bunch of little bitches. Sell off into the weekend. There's so much risk. Who knows what's going to happen between now and Monday? That's a fucking loose butthole. What will SPY and QQQ do after close? If we close here, probably not much. There were any big earnings tonight? I don't think so right now. It's Friday. I forgot it was Friday. All that matters is holding up this bag of shit and hoping tech beats, right? And doesn't guide down. Are my puts saved? What were they at, Jen? If they were above 54 or 55, then yes. Come on. Close below the technical level. At least. Oh, you bitch. Fill the gap before close. Maybe. Yeah, definitely gonna. Well, there's your 3 sigma move. Boo. I agree. Ding ding. So a slight move up on the day. Closing. What did we open at? $54.36.83. So close about $30 higher. Big move up from yesterday's close. But actually a pretty flat day at the end of all of it. We did get a lower high today on our upside test, and we're able to maintain a bit of a downtrend out here on ES. But we closed the week above the long-term October 2023 trend, unfortunately. Or I'm sorry, October 22 trend. Although it'd be interesting to see if futures slips that before they close out for the day. Volatility got crushed pretty hard. Well, at least, yeah, I mean, volatility got crushed pretty hard today, but remains in backwardation going into next week. And the forward yield on vol is going to remain positive. Commodities continued their sell off, although we did see some interest pick back up in wheat and precious metals. Oil fell quite hard today. I'm going to assume this is a softer inflation expectation, although I don't think PCE was very soft at all. Dollar stayed pretty steady throughout most of the day. It didn't really offer up any big gains and leverage onto the carry trade, but yields did decline pretty sharply, especially the 5 and 10 year into the end of the day. They're still pushing a turnaround in correlation, although that keeps breaking down very violently as they try to push it back. I don't think we've made a top here, but next week's data could form one if the JOLTS report comes in at or below expectations. Forward yield on volatility 2.04 going into the weekend. Definitely a big push down, but roughly the low we were at just yesterday during yesterday's peak. But they are starting to build up some seriously large short vol positions here. But that's also going to increase their Vegas exposure to the downside of spot and increase downside liquidity. Bond volatility has been moving up and now moving up inversely against the decline in core. Did I just delete skew by accident? Son of a bitch. We've been seeing tail risk hedging pick up. 60% of the S&P 500 over its 20-day moving average. So some of the breadth is starting to bleed out. Although I do think that bounced back today with the 160 basis point move up in Dow and the move up in Russell. The week ending now with correlation between VIX and cash VIX at 46.23%. So still getting a lot of increased correlation there. We might see that move up even more into next week as we approach the next VIX expiration on Tuesday, right before the FOMC meeting. Fed fund futures pricing in 0.68 rate cuts, down a little from the high of the day, but not much, and up a little from this morning. So, you know, Fed's fund futures still treating that that PCE report as a positive. This needs to be out on the weekly. So the weekly candle did actually close above the reversal point, which means that we've set a new floor here at was that 53.90, 95, and that breaking down into next week would be the first signal of a continuation to the downside. I will say that this still is quite bearish, and until we get, you know, a reversal, probably back above 55.70, it's going to remain that way. So you know, things still are very, very far from being turned around, but we have stabilized a little bit on the drop. Yeah, that's about it. I will see you guys Sunday at about 12:30 p.m. For the member stream. I hope everybody enjoys their weekend. Later, everyone.